it fine? Was it all right? No, it's fine.
No. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. If we can please settle down, we are about to start. I know that yesterday I had said that we are starting promptly at 8 o'clock. However, the fun part about being a program director is that the program changes every 2 minutes, so things have been changing. So you just please bear with us. So the first thing, I need to inform you of a slight change on the program that you have in front of you. We were supposed to start with MEC Dlamini. He is here. He actually has been here since 8 o'clock. And Minister had another engagement, so a council member at NICE, which is the National Advisory Council on Innovation. All right, so what we are going to do now, we're just going to do a recall from yesterday, our program from yesterday. And then after that, we are going to have the intro of theme 4. If you remember from yesterday, we had 3 themes, and today we are having the last theme, which is the regional integration and competitiveness. So we're going to have that introduction of that theme by Dr. Nomhle Ngwenya. Straight after that, we are going to go to the presentation by Mr. Lukovi Seke. Then after that, we go into the panel discussion. After the panel discussions, we then go straight into the breakaway sessions. So we are going to be having 3 breakaway sessions, which I will announce just before we go into them, and also inform you of the different venue and the time that we have for those sessions. And then after those sessions, Minister will be here, and then we are going to have the message of support from MEC Dlamini and as is. Okay, so yesterday we had a very busy of the dialogue that we are having, in these 2 days, looking at industrial innovation through inclusiveness and competitiveness. And he actually reminded us why it's very important to have the regional and continental economic integration and the impact of lack of integration to us, South Africans. And he also mentioned that we also need to be mindful of the fact that without innovation, there is no industry. And without industry, there is no innovation. So the industry is crucial in terms of ensuring that we become and we forge ahead and become an innovation-led economy. He also reminded us of the R&D spend that has been going down over the years. We are actually sitting at 0.61%, and the bold target that the country set is that we should be at 1.5% R&D spend by 2030. And he emphasized that this is not possible without private sector involvement, because the decrease has been mainly from private sector. And if you recall, there were presentations as well that were showing the impact of ensuring that a country does spend a lot on their R&D in order for it to be innovative. And then we moved and got our 2 subject matter experts, Dr. Bota and Professor Mugabe, who helped us to set the scene and gave us evidence-based presentations on the background of the 4 themes, how we came about with the 4 themes. So the 3 themes that we had yesterday, it was industrial policy coherence and innovation governance, innovation for industrialization and localization, and inclusive transformational innovation ecosystems. Within that 3rd theme, we had 3 panels that looked at financing enterprise growth, including industrial scale-up, building inclusive innovation capability and support ecosystems for industrialization, building innovation-driven industrial ecosystems, the role of the state. Now we are going to dive into the 4th theme this morning, which is the regional integration and competitiveness, which Dr. Nomhle Ngwenya is going to assist us in terms of introduction and setting that scene. So there were quite a lot of engagements and very interesting questions as well that I think as NACI, when we take away all the discussions from these 2 days is going to be quite important. I mean, there were questions around, the red tape in terms of getting, incentives, and there were questions around coordination of efforts. How do we make sure that, we are all coordinated as the different entities, and who is going to be, leading, this coordination. So I'm going to now ask Dr. Nomhle Ngwenya to help us to set the scene for the 4th theme that we are going to be discussing today, which is the regional integration and competitiveness, which we are going to be focusing on this morning. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Program Director, all leadership, all protocol observed. And thank you very much for joining the session on regional integration, infrastructure, and industrial competitiveness. I want to start with a number that we should maybe just reflect on. Just starting with the fact that South Africa's manufacturing sector has significantly shrunk from contributing 23% of GDP back in the 1990s to around less than 10% in 2026, based on Stats SA and other research that has been done. We have lost over 300,000 jobs in the sector, and that decline has been geographically uneven, with nearly half of the remaining manufacturing employment concentrated in a single province. So when we talk about regional integration this morning, we're not talking about an abstract trade policy exercise. We are talking about whether this country and the continent more broadly can reverse a structural deindustrialization trend that has already been well away for decades. So here's why this theme matters very importantly this morning than it did 20 years ago. The African Continental Free Trade area gives us access to a market of about 1.3 billion people, and that is a stat that is continuously growing, and a combined GDP of roughly $3.4 trillion. So that is an extraordinary demand-side opportunity, but only if our industries are positioned to supply with quality goods. And the lesson from trade economics is very clear, but also somewhat uncomfortable, in that liberalizing trade ahead of building real production capability doesn't just industrialize an economy. It can entrench it as a commodity exporter, or an assembly point, for someone else's export value chain. So how do we build capability and competitiveness, in this new economy where there are massive changes happening globally and continentally as well? So this session examines how regional integration, industrial innovation systems, and enabling infrastructure can strengthen Africa's industrial competitiveness, value chain development, and production integration. This discussion, importantly, will explore the role of the African Free Trade Continental Agreement, SADC, and broader industrial policy coordination in advancing regional manufacturing, trade facilitation, and innovation-driven industrialization. It will also consider how strategic infrastructure, including transport corridors, logistic networks, energy systems, special economic zones, and digital trade platforms can support connected regional value chains and industrial regions. So through presentations, discussions, and stakeholder engagement, this session aims to identify priorities, implementation challenges, and practical recommendations for strengthening continental agreements and partnerships. And with that said, I would like to invite Dr. Botha, to please just set the scene further and invite, the critical stakeholders that will be leading the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ngwenya. Just before we get to the panel discussion, we are going to have a presentation on the regional integration, which is and Africa's competitiveness, which is the theme that we have today, which is by Mr. Seke. I hope I'm pronouncing your surname correctly. Is he here? He is here. Okay, I hope I am pronouncing your surname correctly, from AUDA, NEPAD. Just also a reminder that we've got our exhibitors outside. So we've got 20 innovators that are exhibiting in the white tent outside. Please go and say hi to them. It's young people that, starting out new businesses, so they need our encouragement, and they just need that reassurance that they are doing well, they are going the right way. So please, when you've got time during tea or you're doing a leg stretch, please go and just check our exhibitors outside. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Once again, good morning. I have some slides for us, and then from the slide, we are going to proceed to the panel, also opening up the floor for questions and responses. We need to go through regional integration and competitiveness in the context of the African Union. We are linking here science, technology, innovation, as well as industrialization is why two major departments known as ministry elsewhere are really co-organizing this event. We need to link science, technology, and innovation with trade. And when we see trade, we are seeing firms. And when we see firms, we are seeing firms that belong to the government, and then also firms that belong to the private. Thank you very much. In terms of regional integration, for those who are in the field of economics, we understand very well that we have some condition. It requires macroeconomic convergence for us to say that everything is integrated. And the reason why we are piloting integration at the regional level, because the intention is to be the African Union, and to become the African Union, let us pilot integration at the regional level. We have 8 regional economic communities. So since we are in South Africa, I will fit myself in the context of the SADC, the Southern African Development Community, where we have a kind of macroeconomic convergence framework focusing on stabilizing regional economies. And economies can never breathe without transaction, and transaction require firms, and because of that we have trade. And for that we need to foster integration. The most advanced, mature, converted countries, they move beyond emotion. Even their policies, as I said yesterday, are based on evidence. When South Africa took a decision, I'm going to have foreigners to boost my productivity, that was a very powerful decision that we did benefit from in terms of skills, all these aspects, because South Africa is among the countries that are making us proud on the continent. The first country to be part of the G20 in Africa. So in the G20 we have 18 countries. 18 countries and one union, the European Union. The European Union has 27 countries. So then when India took the G20 presidency, they did pledge for the African Union to be part of it. But we're already advanced because South Africa was the only country sitting there. The same applied to other fora where we have South Africa as well. So we need to make sure that for us to integrate, we need to control our inflation. The rand is powerful. Is it the same with the Zimbabwean dollar? Is it the same with the DRC franc Congolais? So all those aspects are very important. And in other regions, you cannot even change your currency because it should be printed from elsewhere. So it's a strategic matter. So freedom when it comes to controlling your own currency and then also understanding the inflation is very critical, because some of the time consumer might be subject to illusion. The salary might increase, but in reality it's the same thing because it was just an adjustment. Budget deficit should be controlled. Public debt, we understand that our government are not having money. Money is coming from tax. And then when the government can take too much of tax, should return to the citizen, okay? Or we borrow money for the future generation to pay, like what is happening with the Gautrain. Now the government is owning the project after borrowing. So we have the foreign reserve and we have also the issue of economic growth. That is part of what we call economic integration. And as far as the SADC is concerned, I was once told by my colleague when we had the ministerial meeting at the SADC level, there is no votes, only consensus. So is why completing one another is important than fighting. And that's the reason why South Africa is not doing everything. South Africa will let other countries handle other business, but where they have competition, they are leading in the region or on the continent. And because we are linking science, technology, and innovation and industrialization, globally we fit under Sustainable Development Goal number 9. We are counting down up to 2030. So we are seeing industry, innovation, and infrastructure. And I'm coordinating at the AUD and Nepal level the African Innovation Outlook report, focusing on how to track the investment in R&D at the country level. The minimum on the continent is 1%, and we are going to see that we are not doing very well. We have some pillars for us to see how this integration is working: legal aspects, entrepreneurship and technology, market access, and access to finance. Why China is powerful? Because size matter. South Africa is navigating between 50 and 70 million inhabitants, and South Africa need to deal with big countries where they have more people because they have to consume. And another strategy is South Africa to make sure that when you have a firm outside South Africa, you come up with a joint venture where you team up with that country. So there is no possibility for a country to pull out. And that's what is happening in China. So by the time you are an employee, they make sure that a portion of your salary become a share. Then you cannot be toy-toying or running away, because otherwise, if you don't work, you collapse your own company. So those are measures in terms of sustainability. And even the way we are considering the firm, we have various entities. When we check the SADC region, you can be a micro firm in Lesotho if you have 2 people, but it's not the case in South Africa. And in Lesotho, when you have 3 to 9 people, you are small, and then 10 to 49, you are a medium. But in South Africa, it's from 51 to 250 employees, okay? So, and we also check in terms of turnover, according to big institutions, the way they are just putting that. So, as Africa, for the first time, when South Africa took the presidency of the African Union, Commission, indeed, because each year we have a president leading the gathering of head of state that we call the African Union, but we have bodies allowing the African Union to breathe. And one of the bodies that is managing the daily business of the African Union is the African Union Commission. They are not implementing. They are only focusing on policy, framework, and so forth. And we have the first ever development agency that was never established on the continent is the African Union Development Agency, where I'm coming from, initially NEPAD. Also by South Africa at a very strategic place, and for that we really congratulate, and we are so grateful to South Africa for allowing us to be here. So Africa imperative for development, we need to expand intra-African trade. Is where we need to empower our people to avoid emotion. I think you follow what's happening in terms of rice between Nigeria and Benin. So people must be emotional, because if you don't innovate, you have to die. So you need to innovate or compete in the market. And the government will not come to beg you, to spoil you, because you're a South African firm, and then DSTI or DTIC begging you. No, if you cannot fit on the market, you are removed, because globalization is very aggressive. And then even the African free trade continental area, we are enjoying about it, but we are going to see consequences soon. Because if South African product can invade 50%, 70% of another country product, then that country should not complain. That is a dynamic, that is normal. So we need to be prepared so far, because as we are implementing, we also need to understand the aftermath of that. So regional integration is very important, implementing the African Free Trade Continental Area. And the reality now is that we have very few countries making that very well. South Africa, Nigeria, Kenya, Ethiopia, DRC, Egypt, Morocco, those are the countries that we are seeing emerging, okay? And because, as I say, size matter. And there you have the African Innovation Outlook report showing the performance in terms of gross domestic expenditure on R&D. So South Africa has been betrayed by the business enterprises. But sometime when we say South Africa is only performing around 0.68% of GDP in terms of investing in R&D, we might be misled. Probably the GDP is growing exponentially higher than the investment in R&D. So we should not panic when we see South Africa that have been navigating around 1%, going around 0.68. So other parameters might also influence that decline, okay? So, and then for regional trade, the trend, inside we have higher productivity is required for country when they invest in R&D and innovation. And we also have a greater export sophistication, improved industrial competitiveness, strong economic resilience. When we check the in defense, we have arms corps here in South Africa, you know. We have some industry where South Africa doesn't talk too much, just remaining silent, but people are seeing the effect on the ground, okay? So those something very important. So we also have the Africa's policy framework for transformation continental commitment. We have the AU, the African Innovation Agenda 2063. We have the AUD and EPAD programs, and we have the African Continental Free Trade Area, and then we have the African Union strategy. Because we don't have policies at the level of Africa. Because a policy is a law, and when it's a law, it's mandatory, and you cannot dictate countries. They have to keep their sovereignty. It's why all the documents we have at the regional level, they are treaty protocols. At the continental level, they are strategies, no longer policies. So Africa's innovation and competitive landscape, we are seeing the key challenges here, average research and development. As I was saying, for the last 45 years, since the Lagos Plan of Action in the era of the Organization of African Unity, the target has been 1%. We are just renewing, but after launching the African Science, Technology, Innovation Indicators Program, we are observing countries increasing their target to 2% as a target in the policy of GDP, and then it should be tracked by regular measurement. We are seeing countries having a national observatory. In South Africa, we have the Center for Science, Technology, Innovation Indicators that have been under the Human Science Research Council, now soon under NACI. We have the issue of industrial structure, manufacturing. Okay, so we need to see the composition of GDP. We are observing that South Africa, the big share of GDP is in the services. Okay, so then if we need to boost ourselves accordingly, we need to see the impact when it comes to introducing a shock in a model which industry will be benefiting of the introduction of more money into R&D. And the innovation ecosystem, we need all the stakeholders to be involved, the regulatory entity, the government, the market, where we have consumers, and then the producer, we have firms, and then we also need citizens. They can also express their concern, and then that is part of how to improve a product. And the implication we have without a stronger science, technology, innovation system, it's very difficult to sustain ourselves because we are in a knowledge-based, we are in an innovation-led and knowledge-based economy. So where I was reading the day before yesterday, in China, they are getting rid of some of the program at the tertiary level because we are in the 5th industrial revolution, but we are lagging. We are still in some of our countries in Africa, maybe busy with the 4th industrial revolution that has been there since 2010. And if even we go beyond, we see some countries are just busy with the 2nd and 3rd industrial revolution because of the structure of their infrastructure. Okay. So yes, I was saying that the 4th industrial revolution was in 2011. So when countries are talking in terms of 4th industrial revolution, is something that has been there for 16 years, 15 years. So we are talking in terms of the 5th industrial revolution since 2020. So science, technology, innovation is a driver to industrialization because the reason why industrialization is different to the normal trade you buy and sell, because industrialization requires a main function, which is transformation. And when we consider the Schumpeterian model, we understand the importance of knowledge. I think I'm going to show you a typical production function where if you need to go through the route of simulation econometrics, you can use data and see the impact of what you need to focus on as a policy intervention, what you can get maybe after a few years. Because everything we have to handle through policy, since this is a policy dialogue, we need to have data. When we design a new policy, we need to have evidence. Okay, so all those things are very important. So technology adoption, how innovation can support industrial growth. Technology adoption is very important. Product innovation. We understand here we have goods and services, okay? So value addition, export diversification, process innovation. The product could still remain the same, but the way to produce is changed. It changed automatically. And then commercial or marketing innovation, and also organizational, the way people can behave at the workplace has an impact as well when it comes to industrialization, because acquiring a big equipment or equipment for characterization where you're in mining, if a junior staff cannot use that equipment very well, is going to mess up everything. And most of the African countries, they don't have even equipment for a characterization to check the mineral they have. So those are issues that even when we have sometimes sample, we go to the Council of Geosciences. So that requires collaboration. So building value chain through innovation is very important. As you know, we are implementing Agenda 2063, but we need to break that Agenda 2063 in pieces of 10 years each. And we have various thematic areas. I'm coming from the background, from the Science and Innovation portfolio at AUD NEPAD, being strategic and in the office of the Chief Executive Officer. So the strategy from the second iteration from 2025 to 2024 focus on agriculture as a priority sector, health, energy, ICT, environment, okay? So we are seeing everything that could be required when it comes to agriculture, biotechnology, where we are even going through the route of precision agriculture, okay? Drip irrigation, where you don't have water. So you are just going to use drip. Some that are just doing some farming in the in-house farming, okay? And the same apply to precision medicine, handling cervical cancer. You use big data to interpret what is happening, and then you can handle a patient. And then we have places where they can remove anything that could affect a family, going through deep research, but it's also expensive. And that is important in the current situation where we are seeing South Africa during COVID being able to do something when it comes to vaccine. It was not a surprise because in terms of getting ready, South Africa is always prepared when it comes to research. Digital transformation is an enabler, okay? So from artificial intelligence to advanced manufacturing, the 3D, all those things are very important, blockchain, cloud computing, and the Internet of Things. So we can never move ahead without focusing on those. And for us to handle these, we need our people to be educated in this field. Even the pass rate should be very high. And then that is without mercy. We are coming from the Belgium system in DRC, where you can repeat class with 55%. They say you have to repeat. You didn't pass in 3 subjects. So that was a torture. But it's also, we are seeing development from the human side, where South Africa can implement that aspect, understanding, can still pass and then repeat the subject. But some countries are catching up late because when it's happening, when a country is well advanced, we have this way of taking others, moving forward, and then that happens also when it's coming to innovation in the SADC region with countries that are the most advanced. Competition and competition policy and innovation, we are seeing the importance here of competition driving innovation, okay? Because the government cannot be babysitting firms, only protecting infant industry, because in China, they have very terrible mass production. And if we have small firms, macro firms in South Africa, in Zimbabwe, and elsewhere, we need to protect them. That's the importance of being in groups like SADC. So, and for that, we need to give them incentive, because globalization has been already very aggressive. We are seeing very affordable Chinese product. Is why in America they increased the tariff to protect the local one. So it's very important here when we see the importance of encouraging innovation to improve the quality and reduce consumer cost, stimulate investment, and when foreign investment will feel that South Africa or another country, Namibia, elsewhere, is a place where to put money, that is for business. Because in business there is no pity, there is no mercy. It's my benefit or nothing else. Otherwise, we move to NGOs. So policy priority harmonization is very important at the regional level. Intellectual property protection, we have WIPO, and then we also have PIPO, we have ARIPO. All those grouping are very important. And yes, as I'll be concluding very soon, I just need to say that when you need now to go through the route of empirism, so you need to use data, and then we understand very well to produce, if we just consider a firm, you need the labor. And in the knowledge economy in which we are, you need qualified people because the equipment you'll be handling. And you cannot also undermine those who are not educated, because we need to use the TVET, okay? We cannot just say that you do university, tertiary education, and then you have job. We need also to create jobs through entrepreneurship. And then it's very important for us also to consider the type of capital infrastructure. And some of the time we have raw materials. So we cannot continue producing, just extracting and selling. We need at least to add value. And that is very important when it comes to integration, using innovation, accelerating industrialization. I was talking in terms of the infrastructure, and we have the square kilometer array, something that belonged only to South Africa and Australia because of the bid, but because of the spirit of Ubuntu, by the time Madame Zuma Dlamini has been the chair of or the chairperson of the African Union Commission, it became a continental initiative. And we are seeing the expertise coming from all over the world coming to support these infrastructure to also help the continent. It requires skills mobility, and when we have skills mobility, there is also a way of uplifting the local one, is why we have the SASHI, the South African Chair on Innovation and Research. We have foreign experts, and then they have a responsibility to perform in a way that they boost the local to also get the same capability. And we have the presidential PhD, the disadvantaged community benefiting from those. Those are very good models we are seeing when it comes to policy, because those are evidence-based decision taken. So that I was talking in terms of integration, piloting it at the level of regional economic community. Financing innovation is very important, okay? And then in the sort of competitiveness, it requires also protection, okay? So research and development are focused on that. African countries are not making it very well, but some are becoming very now aggressive to increase up to 2% if possible. For your information, in Japan, the target is 5% of GDP for R&D. And then we also have some countries when they need to protect themselves, they go up to 6% of GDP for research when it comes to defense, because you need to protect yourself. So you can check the statistics. And then we have the innovation financing, venture capital innovation fund. We are seeing TIA in South Africa and a network of innovation agency. And we are seeing in Kenya, we have the National Research Fund for Research, and then we have Kenya National Innovation Fund. All those aspects are very important. And in South Africa, we have NACI, and we have NRF, and we have TIA. So one handling policy with measurement evidence, another one promoting innovation, and one of them handling managing as a basket fund, R&D budget from all the departments, being managed accordingly to track the investment into R&D from the government sector. And the infrastructure is very important. The quality of infrastructure can attract investment. So the African Union role in advancing science, technology, and innovation, I was referring to the program I'm coordinating at AUD and EPAD, the African Science, Technology, and Innovation Indicators Program, because you can never manage what you can never measure. Otherwise, you'll be guessing and telling your own life and your own story. So we need to have data, at least you say, we did ABCD in 2025, ABCD we expect in 2026. So we have the African Innovation Article report that have been released always jointly with the African Union Commission and the Observatory in Equatorial Guinea, and also other stakeholders all over the world. And we have the capacity development on that. So policy recommendation, as I'm finishing now, we have 5 strategic action if we need to make it in linking science, technology, and innovation, as well as industrial policy. We have to increase our investment in R&D. But for your information, science, technology, and innovation is very broad, because innovation is one thing. Science and technology, we have 3 segments. We have research and development. We have tertiary education, because science and technology is only for tertiary level. It's not for secondary school. It's why ministries in charge of science and technology should also handle tertiary education, because we are seeing the importance of tertiary education as an enabler for development. Building resilience at the regional level with a conducive ecosystem, strengthening collaboration between tertiary and the business enterprise sector. I'm using the term, the jargon we use when we measure R&D. I need to give you an example. University like Harvard or Massachusetts University of Technology, some of those universities will see that they have a budget higher than some of the budget adopted in the government in some African member states as the budget of the government. Why? Where is it coming from? Because some of the firms will say, we have a problem, sir. We are giving you 1 billion fund for us a solution from the university. And the professor will recruit PhD and master students. And sometimes those students will become employees, or their thesis will be used for solution. Okay? So because of the dynamic, how the national innovation system is working, collaboration between tertiary institutions and firms as well. So we have the issue of developing a regional value chain and harmonizing trade, competition, and innovation policy. It's very important, the issue of harmonization is why we harmonize ourselves with the continental strategy on science, technology, and innovation. At the same time, we have a science, technology, and innovation protocol at the SADC level, okay? So conclusion, this is a call to action toward integration in Africa. So regional integration alone is not enough, okay? So we need to build our infrastructure. We need to, knowledge is very important. We are in a knowledge economy. So with that knowledge, we have to make sure that we ban TikTok to our kids. Australia did it, the UK did it. Otherwise they'll be dancing and posting dance while you are sleeping, you're not away. So we need them to be educating, promoting products that we can sell in South Africa. So they need to be managed, otherwise the brain will be sold out, and then they cannot innovate. So that is very important. Competitive industry, innovation-driven enterprises, regional value chain, and technology-enabled markets. Finally, always remember, science creates knowledge, because when we focus on science, it's the production of knowledge. Technology transforms knowledge into solution because we have tangible stuff, prototype, and you have to protect, otherwise anyone will copy. And then we have innovation create value because we have innovation when you put money in your pocket because the product should go to the market. But not only innovation is a product, it could also be the process, the way you improve to have more. But we should never also ignore that innovation is not only putting money in the pocket. You can also be the defense force in South Africa. You produce a terrible weapon you can never sell. It's only for yourself. So utilization of what you discover is also part of innovation. So industrialization creates jobs, indeed, and then trade creates prosperity. And as I said before, size matter. You need to target the huge market where they have more people, more consumers. Then they create a competitive, integrated African Union and vision in Agenda 2063. So thank you indeed for your attention. And I think with this presentation, we are going to have our panel. Madam Chair, I can hand over to you because you have the structure of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Seke. Dr. Botha, I think Mr. Seke mustn't say anything in the panel because I think he has said everything. He has actually taken a lot of your time as well, but we do appreciate, the passion that has come through from his presentation, and it was quite detailed and very informative. Thank you very much, Mr. Seke. I'll hand over now to Dr. Botha to call up his panel members. Thanks.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Program Director. I'm not going to make a speech. The panel is going to take us through certain ideas. I will introduce them, and then they will come up on the stage, but they will do a short introduction of who they are and where they work and what they do. The first panel member is Dr. Theo Mutzunga from Sasol. Theo, if you can join us. The second one is Dr. McLean Sabanda from Beacon Africa. McLean. Ms. Yulisa Kani from Transnet. Mr. Anton Fietz from AIDC, so you will have two Antons to deal with. And Mr. Andrew Etzinger from NTCSA ESCOM. While they're moving to the stage, we've been given a research question like you were if you were a postgraduate student by Dr. Ngwenya. And that question is, can there be a country or a continental reversal of deindustrialization? We spoke about deindustrialization yesterday. And I think the answer that we are hoping to give to this through our deliberations is yes, if neighbors hold hands, that can happen. We have a driver, which was mentioned a few times at this conference, and that is the so-called consumer revolution. We think too much of we want to create business. Businesses do not happen because we want them. They happen because someone needs them. And I think with that, we will shift the focus to very practical applications. Sorry, I have to stay with the mic. My first question is going to be to McLean. You can just sit there and hopefully you will have a mic and tell us quickly where you come from. That question relates to one of the components of regional integration, and that is infrastructure as an integrated industrial system. The question is, what would it take to treat corridors, ports, logistics, energy systems, and digital trade platforms as a single integrated industrial system rather than disconnected national assets? Please make your initial feedback around 3 minutes, then we can fit in. Thank you. McLean, come here.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for the introduction. As I've been introduced, my name is Nzimande. I'm the Managing Director for Bigen Global Limited. Bigen is an infrastructure development solutions business. We've been in the business of infrastructure for close to 55 years now. We work across various sectors, water and sanitation, transport, energy, urban development. So it's really a multidisciplinary, infrastructure, business. And what we have seen in the process of developing, infrastructure across 19 countries in Africa that we work in, is that infrastructure is not the end goal. And that's really, starting to talk to the question that have been asked, so the roads, the ports, the power stations, they're simply enablers for industrialization. And one of the first things that has to be done is to move from a siloed, asset approach to integrated systems, when developing, infrastructure. And so the real question is really, how do we build this infrastructure and how do we integrate it into economic systems? So it's got to be an economic system as opposed to just a siloed, approach. So it's really a shift, from just asset, planning to a value chain, planning, looking at, from the producers to the consumers. So if one is looking at an agricultural value chain, you then need to look at irrigation systems, energy, logistics, agro-processing zones, as well as export gateways. If you're looking at mining value chain, you're going to need to then look at, from the extraction to the beneficiation, some manufacturing, if any, takes place, all the way, to the exports. And what we've seen in some of the work that we've been doing, particularly on the North-South corridor, is that it's important to integrate the users of the infrastructure, the people that are moving those goods, whether it's from pit, to port, and they need to be part of the solution. They need to be, vested in those particular solutions. And then when it comes to the SEZs and some of the industrial parks, as well as the science parks, is also to make sure that these are planned alongside transport, energy, water, or digital, infrastructure from day one. So it's really anticipating what is the future industry is going to look like. So we've got to be taking a long-term view, not necessarily focus on what is happening now, but projecting into, 30, 40 years down the line, and what kind of infrastructure we're going to need, what kind of needs are we actually going to, need, and so forth. Another intervention is to look at infrastructure development not only from a national point of view, but more from a regional perspective. How do we harmonize the infrastructure? So if I take rail, for example, is that we've got different rail gauges across the continent. Now, when we talk about the African Continental Free Trade Area and you're looking at goods moving from the top, right to the bottom, how do you actually make sure that you've got the same rail gauge, throughout the continent so that the locomotive can leave, whether it's DRC or Zambia, and get to the port of Durban without having to change because the track is actually, the same, and the axle, all sorts of axle loading, is the same. how do we then integrate, for example, digital, systems into that infrastructure so that you can be able to track the movement of goods, but also you're able to check the quality and monitor the quality of the infrastructure so that you don't have catastrophic failures, but you actually warned about those, catastrophic, failures before, they finish. So I think, perhaps, just the last point is for us to, look at some of the challenges and say, how do we solve these? If you ever go through Martin's Drift, border post, you actually see trucks there for, it's a 5 kilometer line to 10 kilometers, and most of the, truck drivers, are stuck there for, a few days. How do we make sure that we've got a one border system, one customs integration, system, and a truck can leave Zambia and go all the way to the port of Durban without having to stop, necessarily, because we've integrated physical infrastructure as well as digital infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you, McLean. Theo, McLean has touched on innovation just now in terms of infrastructure. We spoke about innovation, infrastructure, policy, systems. And we saw yesterday that actually looking at the system and innovating the system is more important than having the right policy. The policies must be aligned. So in terms of innovation enabling infrastructure, how can countries build and connect innovation enabling infrastructure, testing facilities, digital platforms, research nodes to support regional production networks? Thanks to you.
Thank you, Doctor. Good morning, everyone. My name is Theo Mutzunga. I work for Sasol. Most of you probably know who Sasol is. It's a global integrated chemical and energy company with the presence of over 25 countries. We have about more than 30,000 employees. We also have a very wide research facilities. We call it research and technology, with about 400 people, where we house world-class facilities and the piloting facilities with engineers and the scientists. So I'm a vice president for the fundamental science research within the division, and I lead the company's core scientific agenda to enable the sustainable innovation, commercialization, and long-term competitiveness. Right? I mean, this is across water, catalyst, waste, application, various research activities. Just go back to the question from Dr. Botha, and I think if we're serious about industrialization through innovation, we need to be clear about what are the real constraints. In Africa, the main constraints are not necessarily access to the technology per se. It's about the capability, scale, and ecosystem strength. The innovation enabling infrastructure, therefore, cannot be treated as a collection of national assets. It must be regional, shared, and tightly aligned to the industrial needs or demands. Globally, the country that leads innovation are not those that have the most infrastructure, but those that have the most connected infrastructure. So in Africa, in terms of this problem, it's not only regional problems, it's a global problems. Even developed countries that are talking about how do we get access and how do we change the structure and the policies to ensure that they can be able to build and operate in these proven technologies. So I've got a few examples of what works globally, just two examples. In the EU, they have what we call the integrated research and innovation infrastructure. This program funds the shared programs, cross-border research infrastructure, including the labs, the data systems, digital platforms to the multiple countries. In that way, you are able to influence collaborations around the countries. You share technologies and knowledge, and of course, you support the industrial competitiveness. In Asian region, they have what we call the integrated regional supply chain, right? And where countries, for example, Vietnam, specializes in the high-tech manufacturing, Malaysia, testing and packing, Singapore, they are very good with R&T. So from industrial perspective, as a SASOL, we've got this information. Innovation infrastructure only as a value if it shortens the idea to the implementation, right? This means that we need to invest in the regional testing facilities, pilot plants, and demonstration platforms, rather than duplicating from country to country. These facilities, and as we spoke yesterday, good discussions about these demonstrations, they are very expensive, and they require deep operational expertise, and they can only pay off when they are used at scale, right? So a regional approach is very, very important in terms of this approach. I'm not going to go into a lot of details, but I think as SASOL, we have amazing equipments, laboratories, world-class piloting facilities. We have Center of Analytical, we've got Center of Polymer Testing, we've got Center of Engine Testing, we've got Center of Application Research Testing. And we have used these facilities not only for our customers, but also to train customers or developers across the region. So this model can be used, to ensure that the cross-regional development is developed. The other point that I want to make is that if we don't have these facilities, it's very difficult to translate the idea into the commercialization. We need to do the piloting. And it's better to have a central or regional piloting facilities to ensure that this innovation can actually yield something. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on the skill development. We work closely with NRF. We spend a lot of money to do the university developments and also to guide the universities in terms of what research platform they need to go to. In the past 5 years, we spent close to 150 million rand together with NRF to ensure that we have a correct skill development in this area. So, Doctor, I'm going to end here and maybe wait for questions later.
Thank you for that, Theo. One cannot do all of this. You cannot do all of the hand-holding and the joint development and the joint planning if there's not good financing, governance, and logistics, of course. Yolisa, we're going to ask you to tell us about what financing models, governance arrangements, and logistics capabilities are required. Now, obviously not all of them, but the best one you can think of to operationalize regional value chains at scale. Yolisa, thanks. Oh, you, Mike.
Morning, everyone. My name is Yolisa Kani. I am the Chief Business Development Officer for Transnet. I'm also the Chief Executive for Transnet International Holdings. That's the subsidiary that trades outside of Transnet across the continent. For those who don't know, Transnet is a state-owned freight and logistics company. We have 7 divisions. Most important is our Transnet Freight Rail, responsible for operating trains. We have TRIM, which is the newly established Transnet Rail Infrastructure Manager. Sorry, I got tongue-tied there just a little bit. And then we have others as well. Look, let me start by saying that we are a continent of about how many? 1.4 billion people. And intertrade amongst ourselves is sitting at 16%, which is lagging behind other countries like Asia and Europe, if I may just mention those two. A problem is not resource necessarily. I mean, we are endowed with mineral resources. We have a very healthy and robust health sector, agri-sector rather. A problem is in coordination. We are struggling to coordinate ourselves, at least in my point of view. We have not necessarily aligned from a policy point of view. We have successfully implemented rail reform as South African. I can see that there's offshoots along the continent. That's well and good. But I don't remember a conversation where we were talking to each other about how we got to where we are and the lessons learned. we are still struggling with infrastructure integration. And dare I say, we don't even have a structured approach to our customers. And I'll speak specifically to the North-South Corridor. That was one of the findings in a study that was done by the World Bank and NEPAD to say our approach to customers is every man for himself and God for us all. And that is a problem. But the most unfortunate, I would call it behavior that I've seen, having worked in the space, is that we plan nationally, we coordinate nationally, we even compete nationally. But when you talk about trade is a regional and a global approach. You can't approach it in silos. But to then come to the specific question that was asked is that from a finance point of view, what I've seen working and working successfully is blended financing. Sovereign financing it just can't cope with these very capital-laden transactions that we are undertaking. So if you combine the DFIs and you combine sovereign capital and you combine private sector capital, that in and of itself de-risks the project. And the DFIs have come in strongly in project preparation. And what I've also learned that the challenge is not necessarily in the availability of capital. Investors are looking for bankable projects. That's what they're after. Second to that is governance. Capital will follow good governance. So when we talk about the harmonization of policies and the liberalization of the rail systems and all of that, that's very important for investors because an investor doesn't invest for the sake of it. They want to ensure that there's political coherence, the policies are in support of the infrastructure development or whatever the project may be. And we've had instances where, EUs have, the likes of the EUs have actually put money forward and that money went everywhere but to the project. And that's a real issue. Last but not least is obviously logistics. Regional value chains require interoperable rail systems. And you touched on this, McLean. I wonder, I often ask myself, why are we on two gauges? Why do we have the Cape gauge as well as the SG? And the SG is actually gaining prominence in the rest of the continent. And how are we then to have seamless trains that move from origin to destination or from pit to port when the gauges are different? Because that will then, in fact, it has a huge impact on industrialization. If you talk about now the manufacturing of trains at scale, you're not going to be able to do that because these are different gauges. They require different rolling stock assets. But most importantly for me is when you talk about logistics, and this is my last point, is that just maybe we need to stop looking at the corridors as infrastructure corridors, but integrated value chain systems. Because then you are linking everything. You are linking the port, you are linking the railway line, you are linking road, as well as the SEZs, whatever the case may be. So I suppose for me, and I'm not talking based on textbook, it's lessons learned as Transnet as we shifted from just being a state-owned entity to an entity that is now having to crowdsource capital, private sector capital, for our transactions. Thanks.
Thank you very much for that, Yulisa. We spoke about the importance of SEZs, not only SEZs on your own soil, but SEZs in different countries in the region that could be connected and that could help industrialization. So if we look at these cross-border SEZ industrial park linkages, also spoke about the possibility of putting industrial parks inside SEZs. The question to Anton Fitz is, how can SEZs, industrial parks and testing facilities, IP systems, and digital platforms be linked across borders to support industrial upgrading and continental production integration? We tend to do things on our own. How do we reach out, Anton?
Thank you very much, Big Anton. So my name is Anton Fitz, Anton without the H. I'm the executive responsible for industry development at the AIDC, That is the Automotive Industry Development Center, a subsidiary of the Gauteng Growth and Development Agency, more known as GGDA, which has various subsidiaries and ultimately, of course, under the province, the Gauteng provincial government. I think in terms of SEZs globally, there are over 5,000 SEZs globally. From an African point of view, we've only got under 300. That means we've got less than 4% of SEZs, globally. And if you think about it, that means we are a bit late in terms of this SCZ concept and its drive towards industrialization. But I do believe personally we are not too late if we do not act speedily and really with concrete actions in the short terms. And of course, SEZs are critical enabler for foreign direct investment interaction. They are critical enabler for export growth, and they're a critical enabler for industrialization. And I think, of course, surprise, surprise, the global benchmark for SEZs is China, Shenzhen specific, with over 400 billion in terms of US dollars economy, creating a lot of jobs, over 10 million jobs. And from that perspective, SEZs is really, I think, a key drive and opportunity for Africa to actually industrialize. But the challenge, I think, that we have is now connecting those 200 plus SEZs in Africa to be able to, trade more efficiently. It will take Tswane, a special economic zone, for example, that was built under two years. And I think it's quite a successful SEZ that could be used in other African countries as an example of actually how do you get the various level of government from national, DTIC, for example, provincial, Gauteng provincial government, as well as local government in terms of the city of Tswane. How do you get these three levels of government working in a coherent manner and driving industrialization through an SEZ? And I think that's one critical example, Doc, that I think we can use globally. It was also quite interesting a few weeks back. We had the Department of Trade from Kenya, the ministry actually coming to have a look both at TASES as an example for driving Kenya's automotive aspirations, but also coming to the AIDC to look at our automotive supplier park and learning at looking at our suppliers that actually supply global OEMs in the value chain. And I think that's one example that we can actually take forward for the rest of the continent. Then secondly and lastly, because we need to be mindful of time, is this idea of industrial clustering. So last year, together with the ILO, as well as the Department of Small Business Development, we did a study on could Gauteng, for example, have an automotive industrial cluster. We see it in KZN, where you've got the Durban automotive cluster. We see it in the Eastern Cape, where you've got the automotive cluster in the Eastern Cape. But there is no cluster in Gauteng from an automotive perspective. And that study proved to be bankable. It proved that there is a demand for such a cluster, and under a cluster you don't just limit it to SEZs. You've got SEZs, you could actually add your science parks that was spoken about by the minister yesterday, you could have your testing facilities, you could have your R&D, and you could have the whole ecosystem actually built around an industrial cluster that could actually not just supply South Africa from a commercial or a domestic perspective, but also integrate into SADC, SACU, and to the rest of the continent. And I'm very confident with the review we are doing now of the automotive master plan that aims to at least to produce 1.4 million vehicles per year by 2035. I'm really confident that if we can work in a coordinated way, like Uyoliswa said, I think Africa has a chance. Thanks.
Thank you for that, Anton. There are many ways that we can think out of the box and not just think from inside as we did in many cases up till now. One cannot do all of these nice things that the panel spoke about without having power. We all remember the last awful few years where we had load shedding and what that did to the economy. Now, if you want to expand your industry, not only to your national level, but also to a regional level, you have to make sure that there's power everywhere, because the one step in the value chain is dependent on the others. So the cross-border electricity supply for boosting industrialization is an issue we have to address. Andrew Etzinger, if you can tell us what specific supply commitments should an electricity utility make to enable reliable cross-border power flows that support regional industrial clusters and innovation-driven manufacturing? Andrew, thanks.
Thanks very much, Program Director, and good morning, everybody. My name is Andrew Etzinger. I'm from the National Transmission Company, South Africa, and we are part of Eskom. We're the transmission part and the system operator that's been effectively taken out of the group, still wholly owned by the group for now. And we are responsible for, amongst other things, cross-border regional trade, and that is part of my portfolio within it. It's good to know that we do have a Southern African power pool. There are 12 member states that are part of that power pool, and that power pool has been around for 30 years. So we start with a very good foundation, and the responsibility of utilities is to make sure that, I think through the various protocols that are there, that both in terms of the trade of power and the transport of power, transmission of power across the power pool, but also the actual power exchange, the day-ahead markets and the like, the markets that are run out of Harare are actually supported, and that power is placed onto those. We have in Southern Africa a deficit in power. So if you take a list of all the countries and look at their power and what their spare capacity is, you'll find that there is a deficit. And that deficit largely is driven by the South African situation. We are massively, by orders of magnitude, bigger than any of the other utilities and other countries from a power perspective point of view. So you can think about it just by comparison. I think the level of demand in those countries would be similar to a large municipality in South Africa, or a metro in certain cases. So it really, where they say, if we sneeze, the rest of Southern Africa catches a cold. And as we said, I think we let down the country and the region badly with load shedding. Glad to say that that's a thing of the past. I think we are on a good path now. But what is very important is that the game is not about any more generation. That's taken for granted. It's about connection and transmission. And what's very important for each of the utilities in the region is to upgrade their networks, and from our side in South Africa, to make sure that where there are interconnectors and cases for those interconnectors, we've got to get building. There aren't enough projects on the go at the moment. So what has to happen, firstly, from a utility within their home country, they must have security of supply. That's important. You can't outsource that to another country. You've got to make sure that you're okay. There are opportunities for optimization across the country, and the power pool is there for that. But that is number one. Second is a price path. It's very important that, once again, the power pool is great. There will be price volatility like in any power pool, but there must be an environment where there is at least a tariff framework within that country which has cost-reflective tariffs and predictable, stable, available electricity into the future. I think with those, you're well on your way. We are in the process of connecting to the East African power pool. That's going to give us additional options. At the moment, we are quite dominated from a renewable point of view on solar in the region. We do have some hydro projects, but we'll have a lot more options once we're connected to the East Africa power pool and then the other three power pools in the continent. Over time, we'll integrate with them as well. But Southern African power pool is well ahead. We've taken the lead. In fact, being in existence for the last 30 years makes us one of the earliest power pools in the world to have been established. So we've got to keep that innovation going, and we'll do that through products in the power pool. Unfortunately, for now, I'm fortunate to be the chair of the management committee of the power pool, so it also gives us a good opportunity from South Africa to put forward certain priorities, including good governance. I think the point was made before, but that is also another vital component that has to be there when looking at power pool transactions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Thank you to the panel for the insights on this topic. I'm going to open to the floor now. If there are also questions to Mr. Seke that did the initial talk. Let us take them one by one, otherwise we lose them. There's a hand at the back there. If you can just get a microphone for us there, please. Please proceed. Just state whether it's to introduce yourself and state whether it's to any of the panelists or whether it's a general question. Thanks.
No, thanks. My name is Tumelo Khopane. I'm an independent consultant in the infrastructure space. No, I just wanted to, well, it could be to everybody, but the one to Yolisa is a comment, maybe even as a suggestion, that as a country, we still don't have a nationwide infrastructure master plan, let alone, Andrew, one GIS, and you, Yolisa. Transnet has its GIS, Eskom has its GIS, Sanral, they've got national footprints, but we don't have a national GIS. We don't have a national spatial development framework. How can we even talk about a regional one? So I think Eskom, Transnet, the big infrastructure companies need to begin to support ESA, National Treasury, and so on around this issue. Then I think, Anton, actually, we do have great science parks and SEZs in the continent. Kenza in Kenya is a good science park. Smart Village in Egypt, I've been to all of these. Of course, the Innovation Hub in South Africa. Then on the SEZs, we've got Tenga in Morocco. We've got Hawassa in Ethiopia, Lekki in Nigeria. And again, I've been to some of these. So it's important that we begin to benchmark across as a country. And I'm happy to hear the progress in SAUPEC. But the challenge is that the SADC and the AU, the current commissioner of the AU on infrastructure and energy, Lerato, is from here. Are we having discussions around streamlining infrastructure master planning and all of that?
Thank you. Thank you for that question. I think, Yolisa, if you can shortly respond, and Andrew, if you can do that. The SEZs, thanks for the information that you shared. Yolisa?
No, thank you so much. I mean, you're cutting across so many sectors in one question, but take heed, and I'm sure you know this, that the Department of Transport has just published the Rail Master Plan, which is in its newest form. It would be great if we could have your comments. There's some very interesting developments that are being cited in the very same. The second point, which is a function of, and I'm saying this with the hand of my hand on my heart because I used to work for municipalities. Municipalities are the real cog of the development of any country. And there are certain things that used to happen in the past which were legislative requirements that are no longer happening. I'll give an example. They used to develop what we call comprehensive integrated transport plans. Within that, you'll find a very solid freight master plan linked to the provincial master plan, linked to a national master plan. I think there's a bigger problem that we need to deal with in terms of the institutions and their state as we speak. But I'll leave it at that. We note What I do want to say, though, that if we waited for us to solve our domestic problems, we would miss the opportunities that are being presented by the continent. So we will catch this and then fix whatever we fix as we move along.
Thank you, Andrew. Yes?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think it's a great question, and I like your hat, by the way. I used to have one when I was young, just like it. It's amazing. It keeps you so warm. So. Awesome. Yeah, I think it's a brilliant point, and I think that what I can give the assurance that there is a massive digitization exercise underway in the Eskom group at the moment, right across, which I think is going to help. The weak point in the electricity industry in the country is the lack of integration of the data for electrical systems in municipalities, a very similar point. So on the Eskom side, I think we are sort of well, I think we're doing well. We know exactly where every little line is, but digitization and visualization are very, very important as well. So that's coming through in our research and innovation department. AI is making a very big difference there. But across border, I think that what I'll do is I'll actually take up this point with the management committee of the power pool, Southern African power pool. I think it is something that we should really take up. I think more can be done. We do have, from a visualization point of view and a planning point of view, we do have very good oversight from, in fact, the National Control Center in Joburg of the grid in Southern Africa, and we have what's called a control area. So we actually, in the background, are actually involved in controlling. So that's vitally important to us. But I think the multidimensional aspect of what you're bringing through, if we are to get the economies of those countries going, I think it takes a far better system than the fragmented system we have at the moment. So 100%. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to allow one more short question, not a long speech on your opinion on something. A short question, and then we will deal with that, and then we have to close the session in the interest of time. One more question. There's one in the front here. If you can just bring a mic, please. You've got a mic. Thanks. Please proceed.
Thank you so much. My name is Jatani Charsley. I am from the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation. My question is with regards to Tu's comment on integrated or connected infrastructure and the suggestion of regional power plants. Love the idea. But it talks then to McLean's concern about ease of movement and cross-border movement. How do you see this practically work if we have regional pilot plants taking McLean's concerns into consideration?
Thank you. Anybody that want to volunteer to pick up that question? McLean? Sorry, you don't have a mic. Seems to be only 2 mics here.
Yeah, so I think, at some point, I think a few years ago, we tried to do a transmission line from Uganda to Juba. And the learning from that, we were not successful, but I think the learning from that was that you need to have, to harmonize your regulatory frameworks. So that's something else. Again, we've got our own frameworks here in South Africa. Botswana has got their own frameworks, Zambia, etc. But then there needs to be harmonization so that you are able, for the works people to work across, the two, countries, and then I think from a wheeling, of power, etc. For those things, to happen. And I think the first question there at the back was quite relevant. Is like we got big problems, but I think we've got to start local with a global view. If we ignore the global view, we're going to build infrastructure that only serves ourselves and is not really enabling. Because if you look at the successful corridors, whether it's Mozambique or whether it's Walvish, or even, you can take the north-south, to some extent it is successful because there's goods that are moving, through that, is that the different countries on their own cannot make it. So we've got to take a regional approach so that we can be able to pull in the goods from a logistics point of view, and make these transport corridors, to work. And then I think from, just, thinking from an economic development point of view, one of the things that we do is put in water, pipelines. When you're transporting water from point A to point B, you've got to be thinking from an ecosystem point of view, what's happening in between the people, the communities between point A and point B, how do they benefit, from that infrastructure, and how do you then crowd in, some trade, opportunities in the area.
Thank you. Thank you indeed. I just need to flag something very important. Head of state and government agreed that the African Union Development Agency should start having national offices. Some years ago, I heard that BHP Billiton was trying to get electricity from DRC and put some money. That was something bilateral where we have a firm in South Africa through this signing. But today, this afternoon, yesterday, and today, I'm going to be with the Minister of Trade from DRC, who has been appointed by the President to be his personal representative at AUD/NEPAD. And the intention is to open a national office. INGA 3, being one of the 15 flagship programs of the continent, should be part of the discussion. And we are going to take it not at the level of bilateral, but it will be a trilateral, where we being in DRC, with the same office team being deployed there, we have the South African government we are working with through DTI, and the presidency, because they did give it to the Minister of Trade, Foreign Trade. I think this way, there is a possibility to accelerate this issue of making INGA 3 more visible and more concrete discussion. We are not going to only expect South Africa and DRC discussing or a firm, but we need to be in and to make sure that things are moving from within. So those are some of the arrangements we are seeing. When it's come only for the electricity, we can also focus on the mineral, Lobito corridors, and also the banana corridors. As it has been said, we should not only focus on corridors and also expand internally to move very well. So we already have instruments put by head of states, like AUD/NEPAD being an agency to speed up what has been lagging. So let us work together. I think we can use the dynamic and momentum, the heat from South Africa, to boost what we have to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for those questions, and thank you for our panel, each and every one of you, for the hard and good thinking you did in your presentations, also in terms of responding to these questions. I'm handing back to the program director at this point. I think give the panel an applause, and thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much to the panelists. I think another round of applause to the panelists. And as I said when we started, the beauty of being a program director is that the program changes all the time. So we have to be flexible and move things around as things develop. So what we are going to do now, time is 3 minutes past 10. We are going to go for a tea break, which will be 15 minutes. And as we go for the tea break, please do not forget to go and check the exhibitions outside. And we are going to resume back in the room exactly at 10:15. And when we resume at 10:15, that's when we are going to have the message of support from MEC Dlamini and also Mr. Mgojo, and then we are going to move to the message from Minister Pakstau and also our minister from DSTI. All right. Just one thing, is Mr. Mgojo in the room? I don't see him. All right. We can take a tea break and then we'll be back in the room at 10:15. Thank you. Good morning, once again, ladies and gentlemen. Can we start coming in and settling down? Minister is going to be coming through in the next 5 minutes. If you can start settling down, please. Thank you. Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen, and to run with that session. Can we please have the people that are seated at the back to move to the front, please, just before we start this session. Thank you very much.
I'll be presenting 2 items this morning. Can I just ask that the video, the Gauteng Department of E-Government is at the forefront of driving digital transformation. It is innovation-led in terms of governance and use of technology to improve service delivery across the province in advancing South Africa's development agenda. We are very much.
Thank you very much, Program Director, the Honorable Minister, Nzimande, the senior leaders in the departments, and leaders of entities of this department that is led by Dr. Nzimande. It will not be long, I promise you, because I was told that you want to finish your program by lunchtime. Also, I'm no more allowed, Minister, to talk long because they say it's no more technology. But thank you very much for inviting us here to this important engagement on innovation, technology, and artificial intelligence as drivers of industrial economic growth and improved public service delivery. For the Gauteng provincial government, in particular the Department of E-Government, which I had the honor to lead, innovation is not only about technology. It is about building a modern, responsive, and citizen-centered province that uses digital tools to solve real problems and improve the lives of our people. Gauteng continues to face serious pressures, including rapid population growth, aging infrastructure, shrinking budgets, and fragmented systems across government. These challenges require a province that is smarter, more integrated, and digitally enabled. Through the Department of E-Government, we are driving this transformation by modernizing public services and strengthening the digital backbone of the province. The Gauteng Provincial Network connects schools, hospitals, clinics, two-song service centers, and government departments, enabling faster and more reliable services. Our ICT infrastructure remains the foundation of this transformation. We continue to invest in resilient, secure, and scalable digital infrastructure so that residents, especially young people, women, and people with disability, are not left behind in the digital economy. During the 2026 State of the Province Address, Premier Panyaza Lesufi positioned artificial intelligence as a key pillar of how state entities, academia, the private sector, and other partners. This AI office must help, with the minister, and he was very positive, to call for partnerships and support. We invited the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, universities, innovation agencies, technology companies, development partners, and other stakeholders to work with us in building this capacity. We seek collaboration in research, pilot projects, capacity building, technical support, funding, and strategic investment to help establish and operationalize the Gauteng Provincial AI Office. This is an opportunity to show how government can use innovation to improve services, strengthen governance, accelerate economic development, and support industrialization. Together, we can build a smarter Gauteng city region that drives innovations, unlock opportunities, and positions Gauteng as a future-ready and competitive economy. I thank you.
Thank you, MEC, for your inspiring address and for sharing with us your vision for digital transformation and innovation-led development. Gentlemen, I would like to introduce our next item, which will be a video by Minister Pakstau. As you are aware, this is supposed to be a partnership between the DSTI and the DTIC, as well as NACI.
It is a privilege to address this inaugural National Policy Dialogue on Innovation and Industrialization. We gather at a pivotal moment for South Africa to compete, grow and create opportunities in this rapidly changing environment. The answer lies in innovation-led industrialization. Innovation and industrialization are mutually reinforcing. Innovation drives productivity, competitiveness, and technological advancement. Industrialization creates jobs, expands productive capacity, and unlocks new opportunities for economic participation. Together, they provide a pathway to inclusive growth and sustainable development. Yet we must acknowledge the challenges before us. South Africa continues to confront declining industrial capacity, high levels of unemployment, and the persistent gap between scientific research and commercial industrial application. At the same time, many developing economies face growing pressure from technological dependency, energy insecurity, and intensifying global competition. But within these challenges lie significant opportunities. South Africa possesses world-class research institutions, a strong industrial foundation, abundant critical mineral resources, and immense entrepreneurial potential. The task before us is to harness these strengths to build a more competitive, resilient, and inclusive economy. This dialogue, therefore, represents more than a conversation. It is a call to action, a call to strengthen collaboration between innovation and industrial policy, a call to invest in advanced manufacturing, digital industries, green technologies, and critical minerals beneficiation, a call to empower special economic zones, SMMEs, and startups as drivers of innovation, localization, and job creation, a call to accelerate digital transformation and develop the skills required for industries of the future, a call to build industrial ecosystems that are inclusive, regionally distributed, and capable of creating opportunities for all South Africans. Most importantly, it is a call for partnership. No single institution can achieve this transformation alone. Government, industry, academia, and labor must work together to translate innovation into industrial capacity, and industrial capacity into jobs, investments, and economic growth. Let this dialogue mark the beginning of a renewed commitment to building a South Africa that is innovative, industrialized, globally competitive, and inclusive. I encourage all participants to engage openly, think boldly, and contribute meaningfully to shaping a shared vision for our industrial future. Together, we can position South Africa not merely to adapt to global change, but to help shape it. I thank you.
The whole point is around innovation turning innovation into industrial capacity. Thank you very much, Minister, and to the DTIC colleagues. May I hand back to Ms. Khumalo now for the rest of the program. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Acting DG, and thank you to the MEC and Minister Dau for that call to action. Minister, I would like to report that great work has been done in the past day and a half in terms of addressing the themes that we had for our dialogue session. So we had 4 themes, Minister, in total. We had 3 themes that were discussed yesterday. The first theme was on industrial policy, coherence, and innovation governance. Theme number 2 was on innovation for industrialization and localization. Theme 3 was on inclusive transformational innovation ecosystems. And this morning we started with our 4th theme, which is the regional integration and competitiveness, which was discussed earlier this morning. I must say, Minister, that we had very good inputs to the next session, where we are going to be having breakaways. We've got 3 breakaway rooms, and the first breakaway is theme number 1, which theme number 2 will be in this venue. Theme number 2 is innovation for industrialization and localization, facilitated by Mr. Gereitz. That will be here, and there are some case studies that will also be accompanying that discussion. Theme number 4 is regional integration and competitiveness, which will be led by Ndibuo Manda. Theme number 4 will be in the breakaway room. As you exit these doors here, to your right, there is written just outside the breakaway rooms. So we will give you 45 minutes to go through those discussions in the different venues, and then after that we come back here at 12 o'clock, where we are going to have a plenary session, which should take us about 40 minutes, where we are going to be reporting back what was discussed in the breakaway sessions, and that's where we are going to get the key actions and the takeaways from the dialogue session that we've been having in the past day and a half. With those words, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I will see you back here at 12 o'clock. Thank you.
is this. Good morning, esteemed guests and participants in the second Theme 2 breakaway session. Can I please ask you to move to the front? We have a huge venue and only a few people, so and not much time, so please, if you can move to the front. My name is Bjorn Gerrits. I have recently
back from the breakaway sessions according to the different themes. We are going to start the report back with theme 4, which will be presented by Dr. Botha. Theme 4 is the regional integration and competitiveness. So in the next minute or two, I've already briefed him that he will be the first one. And then the second session, it will be theme 2, which will be innovation for industrialization, it will be industrial policy coherence and innovation governance. And then the last theme will be theme 2, which is innovation for industrialization and localization. We are going to be starting shortly. I'm just giving them a few minutes to come back to the room. All right, we are going to start now with a reporting back. We're starting with theme 4, which is the regional integration and competitiveness, which will be presented by Dr. Bota. Dr. Bota, if you can please come up to the stage.
present to you is something that was conceived about 15 minutes ago, and there was a group of people that said, this is what we said, this is what we want to take forward, also as input into the call for action that comes from this dialogue. And there are sort of 6 clusters of ideas that we want to share with everybody on regional integration. First of all, regional integration must also be seen in context of the reversal of deindustrialization. We talked about that yesterday, what it means, and the challenge that was rolled out to us was, how would one look at deindustrialization if it's more than one country? So the answer would be that regional planning is important, and that countries must plan together and not as isolated nations. They must include national, provincial, and municipal levels, and there was a strong feeling that although the municipalities can play a major role, there's not enough of them in a dialogue like this. One has to look at consumer-driven integration. To a large extent, the integration will be catalyzed by a need out there, and the so-called consumer revolution is already with us. And we pointed out that there's a demographic demand. If you look at Africa, 1.9 billion people, a lot of young people, people that will get into jobs, get into better economic situations, have money to spend, and that means that there must be a manufacturing base close to home. Cross-border industrial systems, it's a strange concept because normally an industrial system or an industry belongs to a country and the economy of a country. But we have to reimagine goods and services flows. Corridors may need radical design because of bottlenecks that we see in the corridor approach that we have at the moment. Regional supply chains are important. They must be built, they must be integrated, they must be staged and overlapping of supply chains in the sense that you will have overlapping, but you will also have dependencies in supply chains, and you don't really want the one component of a value chain to collapse and then the whole value chain is gone. Something that came out this morning which was interesting is that there must be political relationship management. And that to a large extent means that South Africa must manage perceptions in the SADC and its own role in the SADC. And we must ensure that the industrial growth that we talk about in terms of regional integration must benefit all consumers and not only the stronger ones in such an agreement. And then together with that goes BRICS alignment. We have to, the minister said yesterday as well, we have to move to new partners, to new trade partners, to new economic blocks and so on. That is very important. But when we are operating at that level, we must consider whether African regions can align with BRICS level agreements, and do we understand exactly what that means? Let me just forward here a bit. The second cluster of ideas came from industrial innovation, infrastructure, and technology platforms. We said yesterday it's much more than just technology. We said it's not only technological innovation that we all supported for such a long time. It is really also talking about innovation in SEZs, as was pointed out in the minister's talk yesterday morning, and as we spoke about at length during these couple of hours, day and a half of deliberations. We have to be careful how we do that. We must link our SEZs with national R&D and with regional R&D, together with multinational inputs. But as we heard last night with the dinner, is that if you go into these industrial parks, if you go into these SEZs, there must be localized companies. There must be companies that are homegrown and not only multinationals. So that balance, I think, is that travel to do something in terms of fixing the industrialization. And then one can consider not only national key points, but also continental key points, where you introduce continental level industrial and scientific nodes. The third cluster of ideas had to do with foundational enablers, things like energy, data, global information systems, and corridors. Energy stability, we heard this morning, that maintaining a regional power pool is a very important aspect to sustain interregional industrialization. GIS integration is not what it should be, we heard. We have to build national and regional GIS systems, networks for a unified industrial support picture and have a holistic view over your industrialization in a region as you would have it over the movement of people for security reasons. Together with that industrialization and with trade and making sure that goods are flown into environments where they are needed, where the normal infrastructure, road infrastructure, is not always what it should be. Also with the climate change and the impact that has had recently on large parts of Africa in terms of accessibility to remote areas. A fourth cluster of ideas have to do with investment, financing, and bankable projects. The policy, entrepreneurship, technology, market, finance cycle is a cycle that's essential to keep industrialization going. And that must not be broken, and it must work smoothly. Then we should focus on our projects that we entertain, either for funding, for idea funding, to be at the right level, and that we should rather start looking at larger projects at our trade architecture, the African Free Trade area, standards and border regimes. Now, these things are addressed in these agreements, but there are things that are especially important in a continent like Africa, a country like South Africa, and that is that there should be clarity on rules of origin. There must be clear rules, there must be clear understanding of what the certification and standards mean if we want to start trading across borders. There could be preferential border regimes where we remove bottlenecks and create preferential border controls for industrialization. Let goods move, that the trucks move from the border posts. Let the harbors become very active again, that things get very synchronized in the logistics chain. The last cluster I want to talk about is inclusive development, human capital, and social foundations. We cannot ignore that in a country like South Africa. We cannot ignore that in a continent like Africa. Human mobility is very important, and we have to encourage our students to study at each other's universities, but we should not retain them. We should send them to their homes, and they should become part of a network, of a family of students that studied and went back and built their own economies. Poverty relief and land reform remain very important. Industrialization must link to poverty relief. We cannot just think in terms of growing the economy, because growing the economy is fine. You can address poverty if there's enough wealth in an economy, but it's the well-being that we can never forget in the context that we live and do business and transact. Short and long-term actions, a call for action like this one that we're working on at the moment, must be specific, and it must not only have long-term plans, it must have very short-term implementable activities that build up to these actions realizing. So, in summary, industrialization must be inclusive. It must be people-centered. It must be tied to mobility and land reform and poverty reduction. That is in essence what we came up with. How difficult is it going to be to get this going? Minister, you and I, without giving our age away, will remember that in the 1960s, there was a group called the Hollies, and they had a song which says, "He ain't heavy, he's my brother." Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Porter. I will not ask what age that is. Now we are going to go to theme 1, which is industrialization, policy coherence, and innovation governance, which will be presented by Dr. Saul.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Minister. We had a very robust discussion, and trying to capture it in a few minutes, which I'll try to do, may prove challenging. Cycle support, and we raised the question of where does industry need to go to, do they know where to go to, and the importance of dissemination. We then had a very robust discussion on recommendations for improving DSTI and DTRC coordination. And one of the key recommendations coming out of that was the benefits of possibly establishing a cluster, even chaired by a DG, that met quarterly with the key entities involved in innovation, would drive all of these kind of discussions. Important in that issue would be, do we understand the common goal that needs to be achieved by the two different departments? Where do new ideas or interventions fit in? Because there's different approaches in the life cycle of innovation and approaches that the departments take. So it's the age-old discussion on the technology push approach versus the pull from industry to support innovation, and the different needs that firms have and the different ways the departments approach these things that needs to have a common understanding on if we want to better understand how we're supporting innovation. We then also need to identify the resources and access to those resources that will drive commercialization. We see that at different points you've got entrepreneurship development that might come in, but you've also got the existing firms, and different institutions support the players at different stages. A proposal was made for a common incentive scheme that the two departments both work on, that would support the different types of innovation, as well as the benefits of strengthening THRIP so that it's more effective. It was also suggested that there's common key performance indicators between the departments, so that we would get a building of trust between the colleagues who are working on these things and not see your colleagues in other departments as competitors around the system of innovation. We then went on to talk about some of the importance of communication. So this is the bottlenecks issue again. And we had people from industry who didn't know where they would need to go to if they needed innovation support. They might go to the DTRC or DTRC entity, but actually they should be going to university or science council or technology station that would enable them to get the support that they needed. So that knowledge and communication to industry is missing. But it also means that we need a mapping of what's out there. Do we know what programs we have? Do we know what policies we have? And where there's alignment or misalignment. So that mapping was identified as quite an important activity that needs to take place. And we also had a good discussion on local support. So what happens in a municipality that's in a rural area or a small town? How do firms in those areas get access to the system of innovation? And how do we localize some of these things? And there are technologies that can support some of that, but we also need to look at the institutional arrangements where that support can happen. And then also to support localization so that we're able to scale up some of our localization support. There was a long discussion on sectoral-based approaches because you get a lot of ideas that need to happen to resolve some of the sectoral challenges, but also it needs to be done in a matrix way because some of the solutions that sit in one area, for example, you can get medical solutions in the digital space, you can get automotive solutions in a different space, or the transnet or rail solutions in the automotive space. So cross-cutting issues to be resolved, but also we need to start off with a sectoral support approach and how to strengthen that and bring the right institutions together to have those engagements. Then we discussed some of the institutional reforms that might be needed to support commercialization. We have institutions that are required to comply with the PFMA, which works for governance but doesn't work for businesses that wait a long time to get support or don't get the support because they've closed down. So how do we strengthen our processes and get alignment between the institutions that we have? So several departments have their own institutions that they have supporting businesses that are supposed to support, including innovation. There isn't always alignment between those institutions, and sometimes the support can be delayed, or people go to the wrong place, and then their application gets denied and they need to go to somewhere else. So there are challenges around that. There's benefits in looking at common funding mechanism between the two departments. We had a good discussion on how do we look at reforming the incentive approach, particularly where if you get an incentive commitment, it's a guarantee rather than a letter of intent, so that you can use that commitment of an incentive to go raise funds rather than you taking that letter of intent and the banks or the DFR just says, that's very nice, but we're not going to take that into account in your application for funding. So there's ways to strengthen what we already have so that it can be used to support what we want to achieve around innovation. That then led to our 4 points on our call to action. So our first point in the call to action was we need to have a reset. We need to think about a systems thinking approach to align our policies and programs. Our second point was we need to strategize and reform commercialization into a single platform across the life cycle of businesses and institutions. We need to look at innovation. We need to note that innovation without commercializations creates knowledge, not jobs, and that needs to inform our thinking in our approach to our reset. We need to look at an impact and policy matrix to be adopted by the relevant departments and the establishment of a cluster to drive industrial innovation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Saul. The last report back is from theme 2, which is innovation for industrialization and localization. Mr. Kharitz.
Good morning, Minister, Acting DG, other executives. Thank you for the opportunity to give feedback. I should apologize. I've got very humble scribes. They should be here, but I've been asked to take this opportunity. Chairperson, the first point I want to make is that there wasn't enough time. We needed further engagement on this topic. There was a general request with consensus, specifically to discuss the role of the private sector along the differentiated tiers, SMMEs, medium-sized business, large business, and also to incorporate DHET in the discussion. But really, we did not have enough time. Our case studies were very interesting, but we could not really discuss that. Secondly, there were quite a few comments around skills, and that was also emphasized by the absence of DHET. The skills comments was around artisan development, the fact that more emphasis is required on upgrading TVET lecturers, and that industry should enforce or influence the TVET curricula and not academia. And then also around tool makers, the training of that there's insufficient capacity for that. So the whole issue of skills development is a separate topic. I forgot to mention that I've just got 6 points. We've got many more, but I thought to just mention 6 points. The issue of policy coordination also came up, although that's in the first theme. And that was well covered in the summary by Dr. Levine. But the biggest issues there raised was the fragmentation, that we should identify pockets of excellence, that we should focus public procurement. And the point made by Dr. Nicolau was that the African procurement pool for pharmaceuticals is really essential. Also the leveraging public procurement, because I think part of the discussion that did not come to the front was the importance of leveraging market demand. And also a point made by one of the colleagues was the issue of market demand policies developed based on the market demand. So there is a market demand for electric vehicles, and therefore you develop the appropriate policies, as was done in China. And that means a much more agile policy development environment. And then another point that was also made by Dr. Nicolau was the fact that one should maximize funding, that funding is a finite pool, and that one should trade off between incentives and also whether you spend it on incentives for existing companies or to invest in the development of new firms. Because sometimes you need to protect firms or retain their export incentives, as he mentioned, that has disappeared, vis-a-vis investing the money in developing or starting new innovations. Another point that came through in the case study from Nelson Mandela University was that we need differentiated firm support, that not all firms require the same level of support. The technological needs from SMMEs differ very much from medium-sized to large-sized firms. Not only the level of technological support, but also the nature of the innovation, the fact that you need incremental and disruptive innovation, that you need both. Sometimes disruptive innovation is often more associated with larger firms, creating more industrial innovation in the definition of Dr. Botha, but also incremental innovation, which is often the bread and butter of industrial growth. So also, I think that led to the point that we need more discussion in a future forum. So the session was very useful, but we were really limited by time, but very useful. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gerrit. We will take about 5 minutes just to integrate the outcomes from the 3 discussions, and we will have acting DG to come up on stage to give us the outcomes and the strategic reflections. Thank you.
Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. So the strategic reflections and key messages emerging from this dialogue. Over the past 2 days, we have had robust and engaging discussions. The delegates raised several important issues with the following themes emerging strongly: elevating innovation as a key driver of industrialization, strengthening meaningful partnerships between government and industry, creating a conducive regulatory environment for entrepreneurship and industrialization, promoting evidence-based policymaking, being deliberate about implementing existing policies and strengthening regional economic cooperation and industrialization. The dialogue reinforced a central message, which is South Africa's future competitiveness, industrial growth, and inclusive development will depend on its ability to convert innovation into industrial capability, productive investment, and regional market leadership. Innovation and industrialization are mutually reinforcing. Neither can succeed without the other. So from that, we've elevated a few key strategic reflections. Commercialization and scaling must become priority. We note that South Africa has a strong research, scientific, and technical capabilities. But the greatest challenge lies in moving innovations from laboratories into factories, markets, and value chains. The focus must shift from knowledge generation alone to commercialization, industrial scaling, and market adoption. 2, system coherence is more important than more policies. The dialogue highlighted that fragmentation across innovation, industrial, trade, skills, infrastructure, and financing system remain a major constraint. The priority is not additional policy framework, but stronger coordination, implementation capacity, and institutional alignment across government, industry, and academia and finance. 3, financing innovation requires new approaches. We note that there's a persistent funding gap that exists between innovation development and industrial scale-up. Participants called for blended finance, patent capital, development finance, and venture funding mechanisms that can support businesses through the entire innovation life cycle. 4, skills and industrial capability must be strengthened. Industrial transformation requires a stronger pipeline of engineers, artisans, technicians, data scientists, and innovators. Education, TVET institutions, universities, and industry must work together to build the skills required for advancement, manufacturing, and emerging technologies. SEZ and innovation ecosystems must become industrialization platforms. We note that the special economic zones, science parks, innovation hubs, and industrial clusters should be repositioned as integrated ecosystems that bring together R&D, manufacturing, investment, skills development, and commercialization to accelerate industrial growth. 6, the importance of regional integration is an industrial imperative. The African Continental Free Trade Area represents access to a market of over 1.3 billion people and a combined GDP exceeding $3 trillion. However, South Africa and the continent must strengthen productive capacity, innovation capability, and industrial competitiveness if they are to capture these opportunities rather than remain exporters of raw materials and importers of finished goods. 7, shared regional infrastructure will drive competitiveness. Africa cannot afford to duplicate expensive innovation infrastructure country by country. We need regional collaboration. We should focus on shared testing facilities, pilot plans, research infrastructure, logistic corridors, digital platforms, energy systems, and industrial clusters that support regional value chains. Lastly, increased investment in R&D is urgent. The current R&D expenditure remains significantly low. The levels required to compete globally, against the levels that are required to compete globally. Therefore, achieving the national target of 1.5% of the GDP by 2030 will require stronger private sector participation and a shared commitment to build an innovation-driven economy. The dialogue concluded that South Africa must move from fragmented innovation initiatives to a coordinated national and regional innovation-led industrialization agenda. This requires stronger policy and institutional coherence, increased investment in R&D, more effective commercialization and financing mechanisms, strengthened skills development, and the strategic use of SEZs, industrial clusters, and regional value chains. The overarching call of action is clear, is that we invest in innovation, build industrial capability, strengthen regional integration, and translate research and technology into competitive industries, quality jobs, and inclusive economic for South Africa and African continent. As the Minister stated when opening this inaugural policy dialogue yesterday, we expected these deliberations to strengthen the country's capacity in 6 key areas. That was strengthen industrial policy and system coherence, leverage innovation to accelerate industrialization, strengthen institutional and partnership arrangement that supports innovation-led industrial development, develop a sustainable model for building science and innovation parks, improve industrial competitiveness and technology commercialization, and advance inclusive national economic growth while contributing to a more resilient innovation-driven regional economy. The DSTI, led by the DG and the NACI technical team, will provide a detailed summary of the key outcomes and outline how the 2 departments will translate them into practical action plans through perhaps joint planning sessions as well. As we conclude the important policy dialogue, we would like to extend appreciation to Honorable Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition and Honorable Ministers of Science, Technology and Innovation for their leadership, commitment and acceptance of the dialogue's call to action. Their partnership reflects the growing recognition that industrialization and innovation must be pursued as a single integrated national agenda to drive economic growth, competitiveness, and inclusive development. We would also like to extend gratitude to the OR Tambo Special Economic Zone and to our entity for organizing this, the National Advisory Council on Innovation, for making the dialogue possible. We further appreciate the presence and participation of MEC for e-government, Mr. Bonkosi Dlamini, the Executive Mayor of Ekurhuleni, Councillor Xhakaza that was here yesterday, who hosted us, the chairpersons and CEOs of all entities, especially those under the DSTI umbrella, representatives of academic institutions, leaders of industry and entrepreneurs, and representatives of continental and global bodies. We also want to express our gratitude to all delegates, speakers, panelists, innovators, researchers, development partners, and public officials who contributed their expertise, insights, and experience throughout the dialogue. The quality of engagement and the richness of the discussions have strengthened the evidence-based, sharpened the recommendations, and reinforced a shared commitment to action. Most importantly, this dialogue has demonstrated a collective resolve to move beyond analysis towards implementation, and the call to action that emerges from here provides a foundation for stronger collaboration between government, industry, academia, labor, entrepreneurs, and investors in advancing innovation-led industrialization. We thank you all for participating and your valuable contributions, and look forward to working together to translate these commitments into tangible outcomes that create jobs, build industrial capability, strengthen regional competitiveness, and improve the lives of all South Africans and Africans. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Acting DG, you forgot to thank yourself. Thank you, Acting DG. I know it has been a very busy past 2 days, and thank you very much for putting it all together and now bringing everything together, and those are strategic reflections. I want to also thank the organizers, Nzimande and team. Thank you very much for a job well done. I know now you'll probably sleep very well tonight. It's been very stressful for you and team. Thank you very much. All right. Thank you, Mphathiswa, for making the time to be with us over the past 2 days, and hear the reflections that are coming from private sector, different entities, discussing these different things or themes together, and coming up with some key outcomes. So you were here and you heard it firsthand. So when we're giving you that report, you know that we are not giving you things that were not said over the past 2 days. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our 2 days, and thank you once again for making the time for your participation in the past 2 days. And please, again, do not leave before you go and see the exhibitors in the white tent outside. And there is also a lunch that has been prepared for us. It's in the same restaurant as yesterday, which is behind the white tent. So with those words, ladies and gentlemen, the dialogue is officially closed.